Justice Watchers, before we begin, I want to make this absolutely clear. The following broadcast contains public domain courtroom footage, commentary, and legal analysis. This content is presented under the Fair Use Doctrine as defined by 17 U.S.C. 107 and is protected by multiple Supreme Court rulings, which you see below. This stream is transformative, educational, and journalistic in nature. It includes original commentary, trial breakdowns, legal interpretation, and critical analysis, not raw redistribution. We do not claim ownership over any public domain footage, and all use is strictly within legal bounds. If you're watching this content, you're engaging in a protected, transformative experience, grounded in law, never in speculation. And if anyone has a problem with that, take it up with Campbell, Brady, Miranda, and Irvin. Remember, guys, justice always works better when we watch. So keep watching. See you in the courtroom.
Go on the record in the people of the state of California versus Reales Dominguez, case CR-2023-1391. All parties are present with counsel. 17 members of our jury are present for this Friday, May 16th. And again, the session today will be a regular court day, except we'll end at 3 p.m. So I just wanted to remind you of that. And it's great to have everyone here. Thank you for your hard work, your diligence. And let's get to it today, okay? So we're in the people's case in chief, and I think we are going to get back to Officer Gonzalez in the morning, but we have another witness we want to touch base with. And who is that?
Yes, Your Honor, that is John Blackmer.
Okay, let's get the witness then.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is he in the attorney room?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, good morning, sir. Come on into the podium right here. Thank you for being here today. And my name is Sam McAdam. I'm presiding over this trial, and I appreciate your appearance. I'm going to have the clerk administer an oath to you. After you take that oath, then I want you to have a seat in the witness stand. We have two lawyers to ask questions.
Great. Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that the testimony about to give the cause now before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you. First and last name for the record. Spell and vote.
John Blackmer, John. Blackmer is Blackmer.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Vanderhook, direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Today,
Where do you work?
I work at Amazon.
And what do you do there?
I'm a program manager.
And what are your duties entail?
I work for a team which handles all of the data that comes from customers. So customers search data, all gets stored within databases that the team that I work for manages. They process the data, and I assist in answering questions about that data to other teams internally to Amazon.
So, of the data that you're talking about, does that include data of users of Amazon?
That's correct. This is only data from customers of Amazon.
And so this is, Amazon has like a lot of different divisions and such. Does this include the Amazon shopping portal?
It includes not all of the different sections of Amazon, but most of them, and most of them that have a search function. When people type a query into a search bar, then that goes into these databases.
And so that includes shopping.
That includes shopping, yes.
And are you familiar with how Amazon stores and categorizes the various bits of data?
Yes, that's what my team does.
Okay, first witness, John.
Okay.
Sir, I'm showing you a spreadsheet from an exhibit that's been marked as 39B. Could you take a look at that for me, please?
Sure. Yes, I'm familiar with it.
And have you seen this before?
Yes.
And what is this?
This is a collection of records that are the search records for a particular customer from a period of 2020 to 2023. And it includes a number of different kinds of actions that the customer may have done, not just searches, but also clicks and purchases.
Yeah, I'm just not looking at
Thought we were just gonna ask him about 4 searches. We don't need records for that.
I need to ask him about what it means, and I just want to make sure that I have the right thing pulled up. I'm just going to take just 1 second. So I'm showing you the spreadsheet on 39B. And on this first page of the spreadsheet, it's got titles above every single one of those columns. Do you see that?
Yes.
And these don't line up, or those titles don't appear on subsequent pages. Do you see that?
That's correct.
Are those column titles continuous throughout the record, though?
Yes, they are the same titles throughout the entire record.
I'm going to put up just the first page here. I'm going to ask you about each of these and what they mean.
Just a moment. Counsel, approach. Thank you. Off the record.
see the record on the screen?
Yes.
So I'm looking at the page that's marked search history, and there's various columns here. And, all I'm really looking to understand is what these columns mean when we're looking at the search history. This first column marked A, it has what appears to be a date and a time. What does that mean?
That is a timestamp in GMT, that is Greenwich Mean Time, and it's down to the second.
And so, is that time the same as real world time here on the west coast of the United States?
It is in Greenwich Mean Time, which means it's 7 or 8 hours earlier than Pacific Standard Time.
Understood. And so this is then the timestamp for when the activity is taking place?
On that particular row, when that particular activity happened.
Okay. The next row is letters. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
What do those letters mean?
Those are what are called action codes. They are a letter representation of which action it was that happened at that particular second, such as S for search or C for click, P for purchase. And there is an action codes section that's also part of the spreadsheet.
And that's the tab marked action codes.
Yes.
So the next row has an email address. What's that?
That is the email address associated with this particular customer's account. And that is the customer who was signed in and completed that particular action.
And then column D, what's that?
That is a session. It basically means that is that all of the rows that have the same value there were done within the same device. If you have a device and you can you switch to a different device, then you could be signed in both, but the session would change because you're using a different device.
Understood. If I'm using the same device and I'm using it at 2 different times of the day, let's say I shop on Amazon in the morning and then in the evening I decide to do some more shopping, is that going to have 2 different session IDs or just one since it's all on the same device?
Usually it would be the same session ID, but if you have, there are some times when you can delete your cookies. You can sign out, delete your cookies, and sign back in again, and then you would get a new session ID. That is rare, but it is possible.
And so, do I have the same session ID across multiple days of shopping?
Across multiple months of shopping even, yes.
As long as I'm using the same device?
Yes.
So we talked about column D's session ID. Column E has a series of numbers. What's that mean?
Those are just the order in which these particular actions happened on that particular day. So this is a ordinal representation of the same timestamp, which is in the first column.
And so here we have one with the number 1. What does number 1 mean?
Number 1 means that was the first action taken in that particular day for that session. So if you go over to the first column, that'll tell you what day that was, and that was the first action taken during that particular day.
Understood. So here we have column F, and it's got some writing in there. And column F, when we're at the very top, and labels in the column is the one that says ISS query prefix. What does this mean?
This means that the customer interacted with a search suggestion. So when you're typing in some text into a search bar, then there's a couple of search suggestions that appear below that. And this means that the customer selected one of those search suggestions, but this is the text they typed in before they selected that search suggestion.
So column F then is the text that is coming from the user's keyboard?
That's correct.
What is column G then? When we're up at the top and it's got the label, it's the one labeled keywords.
That is the text that is sent to the search engine. So the search engine then says, oh, well, let me find you some products that match this. If someone didn't interact with the search suggestions, then that's just what they typed in. If they did interact with the search suggestions, then this is what the suggestion that they clicked on. That is the suggestion that was basically accepted or clicked on by the customer. And this is what we then use to determine relevant results for that search.
And so here we can see that the two are slightly different. In ISS query prefix, we have knife without the E, and at the end we have knife with an E. What does that tell you happened during the interaction?
That tells you that the customer typed in COMBST space KNIF, and then they selected the spell correction of KNIFE.
Sometimes when you're autofilling on a computer and you're typing and it makes a suggestion, you can just hit enter and accept the suggestion. Is there a difference here between clicking and pressing enter on a keyboard? Is there any way to make that determination?
That can vary depending on what program you're using to do the searching in. And so I cannot know exactly what keystroke initiated that. It may be different in different applications or different browsers.
Understood. And so column H is the column marked normalized keywords. What's the difference between keywords and normalized keywords?
In almost all cases, they are identical, but for storage purposes, once this was already, once the query was already given to the search engine and we already produced the results, we just need to store this in our records. Then we store it in a way that all the uppercase letters are turned into lowercase letters and all the extra spaces are removed. So it's just a simple, it's a normalization to make it easier to store.
So does this have anything to do with the customer's interaction, or is this just the way that Amazon stores it for Amazon?
This is just for storage purposes. It doesn't have anything to do with the customer.
So in this next column, we have the letters APS. What does that mean?
That is called the search index. It is all product search. This means that is the default option for the category that the customer chose to search in.
In a couple of these, we have Does APS tell us whether someone is using the Amazon app or whether they're using a browser, or does it have anything to do with that?
No, they could. That doesn't tell you whether or not what device or what browser or application they're using.
So on that particular column, it's titled Search Index. On the next column, it's titled ASIN. What is...
We lost you on the board.
I'm just scrolling back to the top, Your Honor. ASIN, what is that?
That is a product number that is an Amazon-specific inventory number. So that is just the name of a product that we use in our catalog.
Okay, so ASIN, it should be back up again. ASIN looks blank in a lot of these. Why would ASIN be blank in some of these and not blank in others?
So for actions that are taken on a particular product, like a click or a cart ad or a purchase, then there will be a value in the ASIN field because that was an action taken on that product. But for a search is not specific to one particular product that is showing you a range of products. So in that case, there will be a blank for ASIN.
So if it's blank, then the user conducted a search but is not clicking on a particular product?
That's correct. A click would be a separate action further down.
And so if there is an ASIN, what is that telling us about what the user did?
That tells you that the customer interacted with that particular product, and you can tell what the interaction was by looking at the action code, whether that was a click or a cart ad or a purchase or a K, which is a different kind of click.
I'm looking at this line that says hunting knife. Do you see that?
Yes?
And so where we have in the ISS query prefix the words hunting knife, and we scroll to the right, we have no value in the ASIN. Do you see that?
Yes.
And So is that just a search for the word hunting knife?
Yes, you could confirm that by looking at column B, which should have an S there.
So this S here means that it's a search?
Yes.
The row below, where it says C, what does that mean?
That means that that is a click that the customer made from that search. So they made a search on hunting knife, and from the search you can still see in the keywords column that is from the same search. They then clicked on this product within those search results.
And so here in ASIN, we have a number that looks pretty random jumble of letters and numbers. What is that?
That is in the ASIN, it's an Amazon inventory number. It's usually starts with a B and then has a large number of numbers after that. So this is specific to one product. If you look that product up on Amazon or Google, you'll be able to see that particular Amazon product.
And in the next three rows, the ASIN is the same value in each of those. If they're already on that item, how are they clicking back to the item that's the exact same item?
Well, you'll have to go back to column A and B to find out. If you go to column B, if all three of those are C, I can't see. It looks like all three of those are C actions.
Yes.
That means each one of those was a click from the search results page. And if you look at the timestamp for those three, are those three separated by some number of seconds if you pull up the values of column A?
So for the first one, we have 10, 27, 14 seconds. Same for the second one, and then 4 seconds later for the third one.
Great. So that means that the customer clicked on that same product from the search result page multiple times. They could have opened up the same product in multiple tabs. They could have simply clicked it multiple times and waited for the search results to come through, and their browser took a while to go through. But those are 3 different times that the customer clicked on that from the search results page.
So it's kind of like when you have like a slow internet connection and you're clicking and it's not loading and you click it again, that could cause something like this?
That would cause this case, yes. But it could also be caused by someone clicking it into a new tab or into a new window.
All right. In this session, we talked about the session ID, how it starts with a 1 and then it goes down and ends in 34. So is there then...
Deputy, can you grab the note from jury? Sorry to interrupt, go ahead.
Is there then 34 actions in this session?
In this session on that date, yes. So that's 34 actions in a session day.
So here when we're looking at the ASIN, it's got different, some of them are different. And you see how it looks like there are different products or different ASINs at different points?
Yes?
Counsel, let me interrupt you. The juror's note is helpful that they can't really see the exhibit. The font is too small. Thank you.
I'll see if I can make it bigger. All right. Hopefully this is better. So we were talking about hunting knife, and that being the ISS query prefix, keyword hunting knife, normalized keyword hunting knife, and how the first one doesn't have a search, and then these remaining 3 after them are product views or product clicks.
Yes.
And so here during the session we have 34 different logged events during this day's session. And throughout the session, there are different ASIN numbers at various points. Some are the same, some are different. untreated again. What does the different ASIN numbers tell us about what's going on here?
That is telling you which product pages the customer looked at, and if this is a C action, then that means they clicked on it from the search result page. If it is a K action, then that means that they clicked on this in some other sequence. So they may have clicked on it and then clicked on it, copied it into another page. If those are all C, oh no, there's a cart add. A CA means they added that to their cart. So after clicking on these, and then you see there's a couple Ks in there too, that means that they clicked from one product page to the next product page. So it's not from a search result page, but from one product page to another. Sometimes there's additional links to other related products on a page.
So you can be in a product on Amazon and can sort of suggest other products to you?
There are certainly links to other sometimes related products on the product pages.
So then K is actions that are not from the search results, and C is actions that are from the search results.
That's correct.
So going to the right, the next column over is just really hard to decipher what's going on here.
This is called HTTP referrer. This means this is where the customer was before they took that action. So this tells you where they were and when they took that action. So the you can see the ones that say amazon.com/gp/product, then that's a product page. They were on this product page and then they took whatever action it was that's over on column B. In this case, that was probably a K action because they were on a product page and then they, I believe, clicked to another product page. So you'd have to take a look back to, whereas the ones that say amazon.com/s?, those are searches. So that was someone coming from a search result page and then they go to take this particular action, which is a click or a cart add.
And so here on row 15, 16, this is what you're talking about, how they could be on a product and then clicking to another product through that K action.
On row 15, 16, that is a cart add action. You'd have to move to the right to see where they were, where they did that cart add. They could have done that from the search result page, or they could have done that from there. It's a product page. So they were on the product page, and they clicked the button that said add to cart.
And so then if we go to 1511, here we have C, which is a click after a search. Then what does 1512 tell us?
1512 is a K, so you can move over and see that the HTTP referrer tells you that they were on the product page that ends with G441, and they then clicked on this other product page.
So this last column here in search history is where they were immediately before this new action happened.
Exactly.
I don't have any additional questions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hutchinson, any questions?
Yes, good morning, sir.
Good day.
You spoke about Greenwich Mean Time, and you said that is either 7 hours ahead or 8 hours ahead.
Because of daylight savings time, right?
That is, Greenwich Mean Time is also referred to as UTC time.
That's correct.
On December 5th of 2022, we would have been on standard time in California at that point. In December?
Yes?
So Greenwich Mean Time would be 8 hours ahead in December of 2022.
Yes, this is why we use the GMT times, because it doesn't vary by time zones.
Because daylight savings is different in various locations.
That's correct.
Now, you can use your phone to shop on Amazon.
Yes.
You can use a tablet to shop on Amazon.
Yes.
You can use a computer to shop on Amazon.
Yep.
You can use an iPad to shop on Amazon.
Indeed.
There's other devices you can use.
Sure.
And you can't tell by looking at these records what type of device was used.
Not this particular output. but there would be a different session for each one of the different devices that are used on a particular day. So if the session is the same, that means the same device was being used for a series of actions.
Now, Mr. Clerk, what is that marked in orders?
M?
So I'm going to show you, I'll bring the computer, it's a screenshot that I created just now. And it's a screenshot, so
Yep.
do you recognize what that is?
Yes, that is Amazon's. I don't know the interface that you're doing this in, but that is the search bar of Amazon and the spelling suggestions that are being put below.
You said you don't know the interface. What do you mean by that?
I'm not sure if this is an iPhone or an Android or a laptop.
Can we see those being shot?
Yeah.
I sent it to you.
Give counsel a moment to take a look at it. So he needs to know so he can determine the context of the questions, so it's only fair. Let me know, Mr. Vanderhook, when you have it.
All right.
Okay, all right, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Hutchinson.
So showing you what here appears to be an iPhone,
Great.
and let me type in, I'm going to type in KOMBST KNIF. And you see how
Yes.
that pops up? Okay. So this appears to be what someone would see if they were shopping with an iPhone.
At the moment, yes. These spelling suggestions will change over time as the algorithm gets more information about people's behavior.
So in other words, if I typed in COMBST KNIF about 10 minutes ago, and then I type it in again, it may not be the exact same product suggestions.
It's true, it may change. I don't know how frequently it changes, but in my observation, it changes over the course of months rather than minutes.
Just one moment here. COMBSTKNIF. And you see right now I've typed in on my phone COMBSTKNIF,
Yep,
and I typed the same, that's the same thing typed on the screenshot, correct?
it looks like the same text that was typed in, but there are different spelling suggestions being proposed.
Okay, so it may change on suggestions by the minute.
It could be, yes.
Permission to publish it?
This is the screenshot, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Not my phone.
Granted.
You got it.
I think Francisco's got control today.
I'm plugged in? Okay. Okay. Now, that top, the email from Daniel Hutchinson to Daniel Hutchinson, that's not part of the Amazon search base. But what this exhibit shows, I've typed in COMBSTKNF, correct?
Yes?
And then it gives different suggestions based on that.
Yes.
And so if I wanted to click on Combat Knife Tactical, I could click on that.
Yes.
And then it would give me a whole list of potential products.
That's correct.
And I could start scrolling down on my phone, seeing multiple knives.
That's correct.
And you can see, sometimes you just keep scrolling, and there's more photos of knives.
Yes.
And then at the end, when it finally stops, you can click on a button and it'll go to another screen with more potential products.
It depends on which application you're using. Sometimes you can scroll infinitely. You won't get to the end of a page. And in other kinds of search environments, you will have to click next page for each page.
So sometimes, so right now, if I was just to click on the combat knife and then just start scrolling, seeing knife after knife after knife, depending on what I'm searching, and I may be able to keep going as long as I want to keep scrolling.
That's correct.
And other times, you get to a point where you have to click next page.
That's correct.
And this is how people commonly shop on Amazon.
Yes.
So the fact that a person may have scrolled past 500 photos does not mean they clicked on 500 photos.
That's correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Okay, or is it the witness?
Put on the screen.
Oh, please.
Put on the screen.
Exhibit M. Thank you.
So sorry, I just want to understand, when someone types something in like this and they get recommendations, are those recommendations individualized to the customer?
They are not.
And so when you say they change over time, then they change for everybody over time.
That is my understanding.
And so to understand what suggestions would have come up back in, say, December of 2022, do we have any way of knowing that from any of the records that we have here?
We do not retain, none of the records we have here will tell us what suggestions were offered. We could only infer based on the ISS query prefix field that it was shown because it was then clicked. We don't know what the other options were that were shown to that particular customer at that time.
So we can see which one, if they selected one of these, we know which one they selected, but we don't know what the other ones were.
That's correct.
So here on this exhibit, we have selections of combat knife tactical, Herbert Mark II combat knife in chief, military combat knife. Is there any way to say whether these are the same options that would have been presented to somebody who conducted the same search on December 5th of 2022?
No, there is no way because we don't retain those records.
Understood. So that, as far as knowing what comes up when you type those words in, that's just today, and we wouldn't know back in time.
That's correct.
All right, nothing further.
Okay, great. Are we done? Yes?
One question. Sir, you saw on the records there's basically the links to what product was associated with the product. If we were to cut and paste that link and put it into a browser today, is that necessarily going to be the same item that they saw back in 2022, or could it be different?
It usually is the same one, but there are times when a product gets removed from the catalog and is no longer goes to that page, and there are other times when a product gets changed into a different product that's totally unrelated. So, no.
Yeah, that's my only question. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Van Herk, your witness. Any final question?
No.
Okay. All right. Mr. Blackburn, thank you for your testimony today. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Demora, back to you. And are we with Officer Gonzalez, or who are we with now?
I'm going to recall Sergeant Antonio Diaz briefly, and
Okay.
we'll return to Officer Gonzalez shortly after.
Thank you. I missed it. Is somebody grabbing Sergeant Diaz? Okay, thanks. Good morning again, Sergeant Diaz.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Thank you. We are going to swear you in, and then we just got a few questions.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in the cause not before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. Please be seated.
Again, thank you for being here, and we've got the spelling, and so we're going to move right into direct Mr. Moore.
Good morning again, Sergeant Diaz.
Good morning.
Sergeant Diaz, I want to go back to May 3rd of 2023, when you were involved in the search at 762 Hawthorne Lane after Mr. Reales Dominguez was arrested. Now, we talked the other day about a black and white mountain bike that you had observed. I want to ask you about another piece of evidence that you ended up collecting as part of your responsibilities with ERT. At some point during the search, did you collect a yellow towel that had suspected blood on it?
Yes,
And did you observe that towel?
I did.
Where was it located?
It was in a white plastic bag on the porch of that residence.
And why did you collect it?
I don't remember who asked me to, just that someone had.
Someone basically pointed out and said this is probably something you want to collect.
Yes, yes,
And did you observe that piece of evidence?
I did.
And did you put it in evidence?
I believe Officer Torres did.
So you passed it off to officer. You saw it, observed it, collected it, and gave it to now Detective Torres.
Correct.
And where was that yellow towel located when you collected it?
It was in a white plastic bag on the front porch of that residence.
You say on the front porch, was it close to the door or was it somewhere else?
I would say it was probably closer to the garage.
And to your knowledge, was that the original location of where it had been or had someone placed it there?
I have no idea.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, anything? No cross? Okay, Sergeant Diaz, have a great day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Moore, thank you.
And we can recall Officer Story now, Your Honor.
Officer-
Officer Gonzalez.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, sir. Good morning. Thank you for coming back. You can head right to the witness stand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And you took an oath yesterday. You understand you're still under oath?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you again for being here. Okay, the witness is in the stand, and we're on direct. And Attorney DeMora, your witness.
Great, thank you. Good morning again, Officer Gonzalez.
Good morning.
Now, Officer Gonzalez, yesterday we left off with People's Exhibit 33C. I'm just going to reload that.
We can dim the lights too for the video.
I think we left off at 331, but I'll start it at 324. A little audio issue.
Okay, check the system. Tuckett's at the court end of this. He's got his unmuted. Okay, we're okay over here. Gonna try again?
Maybe on my end, we'll try something real quick, Your Honor.
20.
2024? Okay. Where are you from originally?
Bay Area.
Oh, okay. Fine, can I get my systems on one of those? Last up, John Ocean House, Sam, first up, John with an H, 1099. Can I look over it? Can I just see?
Yeah, she's right up.
You just come from the grocery store?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any weapons or anything on you? Any knives or guns or anything that's illegal? Do you mind, I'm asking for permission, do you mind if I check really quick?
I do.
You do mind?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have class in the bed.
Okay, we're not trying to keep you from what you do or anything.
I'm kind of like late too. I don't want to like bother you guys or anything. Just,
Do you have a driver's license or an ID card in the state of California?
not a driver's
Okay. And that's your proper spelling of your name? Okay.
Can I see your hands? You know, like, it looks like old cuts and scratches.
Yeah. I've just been going with a lot of stress.
A lot of stress.
Yeah.
How'd you get those?
Myself.
Yourself?
Like, yeah. For self.
The self-inflicted? Can I see?
Yeah.
That one looks fresh. The one in your left hand?
Yeah. It was personal problems.
Personal problems?
Yeah.
Okay. You know where the cut right here?
Hmm?
Remember the cut right here on you cut yourself?
Well, I don't know how hands off with it. If he doesn't have a license.
Do you have like a school ID or anything on you?
No.
If we check you out through the university database, are you a registered student
I'm registered.
with UC Davis?
Yeah.
Okay. Will you, can I have your address in case we need to follow up with you?
Yeah.
Okay, what is it? Is it a house or an apartment? Hawthorne? 72 Hawthorne? How long have you been living here? 2 years? Do you live with anyone else? Just you by yourself? The whole house, just all to yourself? Yeah, roommates? No, but there's other people in the house. Yeah, okay. You don't talk to them? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, can you just hang tight for me really quick, Sean?
I think it had ring out. You got out here from our
Yes. Can you do me a favor? Can you put that bag down for me? Yeah. Because I'm going to search it for it. It's okay. I know you. I'm going to search it for it. Put the bag down, please. It's off the bag. The reason is because the person that we're looking for has caused multiple homicides, and I want to make sure you don't have one, okay? Yeah. Insurance. No. Cross ankles. Cross ankles. Cross them. Just one up. Yeah, just like that. Yep, stay seated.
We're gonna interview it out to my location. It's located in my interest.
No. Recording and I'm over to advise we have one today in cuffs. He was in the area of Sycamore Park for a while. The first call we got was he was on Villanova walking east, came north. He was coming from Sycamore and Villanova with like a full group of people. So, yeah. Yeah.
So you stop and drive over.
Okay. Yeah, walk in. Yeah, I updated.
Oh,
I'm gonna put it in my phone. Okay, bro. I'm not gonna take it out, but I want to take a picture of how I saw it.
it's like resting this up on the inside of the bag.
Yeah. I just want to take a picture of how I saw it for myself. Where'd you write it? So where'd you write it?
Just right near your clip here there.
40. Be advised, 782. Hmm? Sorry. What was your first name again?
No.
John? What was your address again?
782.
Okay. That address doesn't exist.
Oh, shit. Or, actually, no, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. That's 48. He's advising 782. I don't believe he's being truthful.
Can you pause it for a second?
Austin at 2239.
Right, I just wanted to give a point of reference, again, to the jury that it was a 25-minute, 19-second video, so we've watched 2239 of it, and we're gonna finish watching this, and then we'll take a break. So, let's go ahead and finish the last 2 minutes and 40 seconds of the video. Thank you, counsel.
43C.
Okay, let's go ahead and take our break, and then we'll resume the testimony of Officer Gonzalez on the other side of the break. So just a standard mid-morning break. Three-part admonition: do not discuss this case, do not form any opinions, do not research, and we'll see you back in 15 minutes. Thank you, folks. Thank you, counsel. Operate. 2023. Mr. Jamora, continue to direct Officer Gonzalez.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Gonzalez, after watching that body camera, was that a fair and accurate depiction of your interaction with Mr. Reales Dominguez on May 3rd, 2023?
Yes.
So, a couple questions about what we saw. At some point early on, you asked to see his hands. Why was that?
I noticed he had injuries on the one hand that I could see.
And was that his left hand?
Originally, it was his right hand.
Describe the injuries.
They appeared to be cuts or scratches. The ones I originally saw on his right hand were scabbed.
And have you seen have you seen scabbed wounds before?
I have.
In terms of timing, whether they're fresh and newer or older, what did that tell you?
Check the foundation.
That possibly when they occurred. I mean, if they're scabbed, it takes some time. I don't know the exact time, but it lets me know if they happened recently.
And you said that there were some fresher ones. What was it about those wounds that appeared to be fresher to you?
I didn't see a scab on some of the other wounds.
Did you see any other wounds? Excuse me. Did you see any wounds on his other hand when he stuck his hands out and you were able to look at them?
I did.
What did you see?
Those are the wounds that appeared to me that happened more recently due to them not being scabbed over.
When you first looked into that bag that Mr. Reales Dominguez had been holding, were you able to see a knife?
I did.
And was that black, double-sided Smith & Wesson HRT knife?
I don't know the brand of the knife.
No, first to show you People's Exhibit 34. Your Honor.
There's no dispute.
It's the same knife we've asked.
Okay. Sustained.
No further questions?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moore, I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Hutchinson, cross-examine.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
I'm going to sit down because I'm going to use the computer. You were aware on May 3rd of the description of the suspect from the May 1st stabbing?
I was.
You were aware that it was a man with dark curly hair,
Yes.
wearing a black hoodie,
Yes.
wearing Adidas track pants or sweatpants
Yes.
with Adidas stripes going down the side.
Yes.
You were also aware that the second stabbing that resulted in the death of Mr. Abou Najm had occurred at Sycamore Park.
Yes.
Can you turn the mic, please?
So when you received a call that there was a person matching the description of the suspect.
It was dispatch that I call. Yes.
You received the call from dispatch. They radioed you that there was a person matching the description.
Yes.
You knew Davis Police Department was getting hundreds of tips,
Yes.
and many of those tips went nowhere.
Correct.
And many of those tips went nowhere fast.
I don't know the time or accuracy on like when the tips were
followed through or not.
But it'd be fair to say Davis PD was getting a lot of tips that, when investigated, were determined to be without any merit.
From the ones that I responded to, yes.
But when you pulled up and saw Mr. Reales Dominguez for the first time, he was walking on Villanova,
Yes.
heading east,
Yes.
and from your patrol car, you were able to see his description.
Yes.
You saw he had dark, curly hair
Yes.
hanging down below his head.
Yes.
You saw that he had a black hoodie.
Yes.
You saw that he was wearing black Adidas track pants with the stripes down the leg.
Yes.
And you saw that he was in the vicinity of Sycamore Park where the second stabbing had occurred.
Correct.
So when you first saw him, you thought to yourself, this person matches the description to a T.
Yes, to myself, he matched the description.
And you realize at that point, this may not be one of those, baseless tips. This may be the individual.
I didn't know at that point.
But I'm asking, when you first saw him, and you saw a person 2 days after the third stabbing, wearing the exact same clothes, with the exact same description, being right by the location of the second stabbing, that struck you as significant. Would you agree?
Yes.
Let's start your body camera. This is going to be People's Exhibit 33.
33C.
33C, apologize.
That's all right. Can we keep the lights on?
Sure.
Okay.
So, sir, when you first saw Mr. Reales Dominguez, were you approaching from behind him in your patrol car?
Originally, when I first saw him, I was driving westbound. So I was driving towards him as he was walking east, and then I turned my car around.
Okay. So right now we are in this vantage point on People's Exhibit 33 at the very beginning. This is when you first turned on your body camera.
Correct.
You are out of your patrol car at this point.
Yes.
And this vantage point, you are facing east.
Yes.
When you first observed Mr. Reales Dominguez, you were driving west on Villanova.
Yes.
And that's when you saw the description. You realized that he matches the description.
Yes.
So did you turn your car around, or did you just pull over and park and get out, if you recall?
Before turning around, I was actually waved down by a civilian who pointed out Mr. Dominguez after I passed him and advised that that was the subject he was calling on.
But even before you spoke to that person who had waved you down, you'd already seen Mr. Dominguez.
I did.
And you recognize that person matches the description.
I believe so, yes.
And then the person who you spoke to was Justin Schaefer,
Yes.
and he pointed to Mr. Reales Dominguez.
Yes.
And then you got out of your car and tried to make contact with Mr. Reales Dominguez.
Yes.
So in this body camera, it's going to play about the first 40 seconds. You're walking behind him as he continues to walk east on Villanova.
Yes.
Excuse me. 49, walking behind the subject on Villanova. Excuse me, can I talk to you?
I'm going to stop it briefly. You were directly behind him as he was walking, correct?
Yes.
He was standing perfectly straight and erect as he was walking. Did you notice that?
During the incident or now?
Either.
He was standing up straight, yes.
As a person who has terribly bad posture, did he appear to be hunched over, or did he appear to be walking in a very straight, upright position?
Upright?
And his hands were directly at his side as he walked.
I believe so.
And he was carrying a bag.
Yes.
He had that bag in his right hand,
I believe so.
at his side.
Yes.
And from your observation, could you tell whether he was holding only one side of the bag or if he had both sides of the bag clasped with his right hand?
I couldn't tell and I don't recall.
But when you called out to him, he didn't turn around?
No.
You didn't hear him say anything?
No.
He didn't even acknowledge you?
Correct.
He just turned southbound. I mean, he's not responding to me.
Call out to him?
Yeah. He just kept walking. No, not at all. Yeah. All right, I'll follow you.
So at this point, when you're speaking to Officer Story, Mr. Reales Dominguez has already turned southbound on Colby.
Yes.
So he is out of your sight at this point.
Yes.
And you know, as a law enforcement officer, when you're trying to pursue a suspect and sometimes they're out of your sight, you can't find them again because they can take evasive action, hide, duck behind the wall. You've had that experience, correct?
When I'm looking for a suspect?
Yeah.
Yes.
So far as refusing to respond back to us, he's north on Pine.
Now at this point, I may have misspoke. Did you turn on Pine? Is that what you turned on?
Correct. And in the video, and I think I've said it once later on, I say that he turns north. It's actually south on Pine.
We can't see in the video because you're driving, but once you turn south on Pine, can you see Mr. Reales Dominguez still walking?
I believe at that point he may have already stopped and been talking to Officer Story. I don't recall his exact location.
My question is, we've seen the video when Officer Story stops him. Were you able to see him still walking prior to the contact with Officer Story?
Yes.
And he was just walking on the sidewalk, heading south on Pine.
Yes.
And sir, by the time you got to the location, Mr. Reales Dominguez was already speaking, or Officer Story was already speaking with Mr. Reales Dominguez.
Yes.
And you just stood by and observed for several minutes, not saying anything?
Yes.
And then we saw the video when you told Mr. Reales Dominguez you were going to search him and you had him put the bag down. And you were the person who ultimately put him in handcuffs.
Correct.
By that time, other officers had already arrived at the location.
Yes.
Sir, I'd like to direct your attention to later on in the encounter. Do you recall when detectives, you and Muscardini arrived at the location?
Yes.
Do you recall going over there and having a conversation with them when your body camera was off?
Yes.
Mr. Clerk, if we could, this is a defense exhibit H3, 652 into the recording. Now, you can see Mr. Reales Dominguez still seated on the curb.
Yes.
And over here, in the back, there appears to be an officer speaking to two other plainclothes detectives. Is that you speaking to detectives, you and Muscardini?
Possibly. I can't tell if it's me.
Let me play a little clip, and then we'll go back. Was that you?
Yes.
Now, sir, you may have noticed, as you were walking over, when you got approximately around this motorcycle, you made a hand gesture to Officer Story when you did this and then pointed down. And then you came up and whispered something in his ear. We're going to watch that again, and then I'm going to ask you about what that gesture meant and what you said to Officer Story. So I'm going to back up. So I want you to focus on your hand gesture with your right arm when you get to approximate motorcycle, and then what you said to Officer Story. Stopping at 7:33, you see Officer Story just put his body camera on the ground? Correct?
Yes. Yes.
And you're standing over here?
Yes.
And at this point, you reactivated your body camera, if you recall.
I don't recall.
Do you remember that hand gesture I was going to told you to look at?
Do I remember it? I don't.
Did you see it?
I did.
Sir, what did you mean by that hand gesture when you kind of pointed back and then pointed down? What did you mean by that?
I have no idea.
You went up and whispered something to Officer Story. What did you whisper to him?
I believe I was telling him that Detective Yu and Sergeant Muscardini wanted to speak with him.
You had a conversation with Detectives Yu and Muscardini.
Yes.
What did they tell you?
That they wanted to speak with Officer Story.
Well, prior to telling you that they wanted to speak to Officer Story, you were over there for some time. What did they tell you?
I don't recall.
Did they tell you they wanted to interview Mr. Reales Dominguez?
I don't believe so.
Okay. That conversation, you're over there for them, we can play it again, you're over there for some time. Do you recall anything about that conversation at all that you turned your body camera off for?
Yes.
Okay. What do you remember?
I was basically describing to them what happened.
Did they tell you about having everyone, that they want everyone to leave the scene so they could attempt to interview Mr. Reales Dominguez without first advising him of his Miranda rights?
They did not.
So the topic of Miranda rights never came up?
Not to me, no, sir.
So if all you were doing was advising them of what you observed, why did you turn off your body camera?
Just a private conversation with me and the two detectives.
Sir, does Davis PD have any sort of gestures they use to tell people to take their body cameras off and put it on the ground?
Not that I'm aware of.
Have you ever made a gesture to another officer indicating that he should take his body camera off and put it on the ground?
No.
So when you pointed back to the detectives, then pointed to the ground to Officer Story, and then he subsequently put his body camera on the ground, you were not trying to convey a message to him?
No, sir.
So you told detectives what you saw. You basically saw almost everything, if not more, than what Officer Story saw.
Correct.
So why did they want to speak to Officer Story?
It's actually speculation.
Don't speculate, only if you were told why or know why.
I don't know why.
If the conversation was only about what you'd observed, Officer Story couldn't offer anything beyond what you'd already told the detectives, correct?
I don't know what Officer Story spoke with the detectives about.
Well, if they only spoke to you about what you observed, wouldn't it be a fair assumption that they simply want to talk to Officer Story about what he observed?
That's what I assumed I spoke with him about.
And you have no idea why Officer Story took his body camera off and put it on the ground before going to talk to the two detectives about what he saw?
I do not.
Now, sir, as I'm going to show you what's been marked Defense Exhibit N. Sir, does this appear to be your body camera being reactivated when you have now taken the position of where Officer Story was and he is now walking towards the detectives?
I don't recall this specific video, but from the video you showed me prior to the position of this camera, I believe it is me.
Because we saw in the prior video from Officer Story's body camera, you walked over, kind of took his place, and then he started walking over towards the detectives, stopping to put his body camera on the ground. You remember seeing that?
Yes.
Okay, I'm stopping at 7 seconds in. Did you see Officer Story just put his body camera on the ground?
I did.
So this is the continuation of what we had just observed from Officer Story's body camera.
Correct.
stopping at minute 51, you've seen from your body camera, we'll see the camera move back and forth. That shows when you're moving your body, correct?
Yes.
And we've seen the clip we've just shown. You see all three officers here, they're moving their bodies at some point. The big guy was pretty still, but even he moves his body at some point, doesn't he?
Yes.
And that's just human nature. Trying to stand perfectly still or sit perfectly still without moving at all can be difficult. Would you agree?
I mean, I think we were standing there for quite some time, so we could have been getting restless.
Sitting or standing in a position for a long period of time without moving them at all can be uncomfortable. Do you agree?
Could be.
During the time you watched Mr. Reales Dominguez, he stood there like a statue.
I don't think he moved much, no.
Looking straight ahead. Unless he was directed to speak to you, did he just sit motionless and look straight ahead?
Yes, I believe so.
If you're aware, sir, when you're looking at Mr. Reales Dominguez, and you saw him sitting in an uncomfortable position, or potentially uncomfortable position, for an extended period of time and not moving at all, did you realize at that time that that is a negative symptom of schizophrenia? Were you aware of that?
Objection, foundation, lack of personal knowledge.
Overruled.
I was unaware.
You have heard of schizophrenia, correct?
I have.
But you haven't received any specific training in recognizing the symptoms of schizophrenia?
No.
You guys get the smell?
So, sir, when your body camera ends, all those law enforcement officers have suddenly left in a matter of seconds, correct?
Yes.
And at this point, you and Officer Story have walked back to your patrol vehicle,
Yes.
and you could see Detective Muscardini and Detective Yu beginning to speak to Mr. Reales Dominguez on the curb.
Correct.
And Mr. Reales Dominguez is still in handcuffs at this point.
I believe so, yes.
You deactivate your body camera at that point.
Yes.
You and Officer Story stand at your patrol vehicle and observe the interactions between Mr. Reales Dominguez and the detectives for another approximately 35 minutes.
We stay at my patrol vehicle, yes. I don't know the exact amount of time.
You stay at your patrol vehicle watching until Mr. Reales Dominguez was placed in the back of the patrol car by Detective Muscardini.
That is correct.
How was it that you two knew to stay without leaving with everyone else?
I stayed because I wasn't one of the officers who contacted him. I was unsure if I was needed anymore for whatever either detective wanted.
But here's my question. You saw when Detective Muscardini and Detective you walk up, there's probably more than 10 law enforcement officers around, and then suddenly they just disperse in a matter of seconds. You saw that?
Yes.
Okay. How come you and Officer Story did not go with them? Did someone tell you and Officer Story that they wanted you and only you to stay?
No.
What did the detectives tell you about their plan or their strategy for how they were going to interrogate Mr. Reales Dominguez?
They-
Argumentative, that's an interrogate.
Sustained, rephrase.
What did the detectives tell you was their plan or strategy for how they were going to interview Mr. Reales Dominguez?
They didn't tell me anything.
As you sit here today under oath, you have no recollection of anything about your conversation with the detectives other than they wanted to know what you saw.
From my recollection,
Any recollection of them telling you anything about what they planned to do, what they intended to do, what their strategy was?
not that I can recall, no.
Did they at least tell you they were going to question Mr. Reales Dominguez? Do you remember them telling you that?
I don't believe they did.
I have nothing further.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. Mr. Demore, any redirect?
Yeah.
Okay, Officer Gonzalez, thank you for your testimony. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Demore, next witness.
Oh, Sergeant Matthew Muscardini.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, sir. Come on into the podium here. Thank you for being here today. I'm going to have the clerk administer the oath, and after you take the oath, then we'll have you in the witness stand.
You do solemnly swear that you what you did in the cause not to be report, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. State your first and last name for the record. Spell them both.
Matthew Muscardini. It's MATHEWMUSCARDINI.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Demora, direct exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Sergeant Muscardini.
Good morning.
Where do you work?
I work at the Davis Police Department.
What do you do there?
I am a sergeant. I work for the, the police department. Sorry.
And Sergeant, is this sworn peace officer position?
Yes.
How long have you been a peace officer?
For just about 18 years.
In April and May of 2023, were you assigned to the detective or the Investigations Bureau as a detective?
Yes, I was.
Were you involved in the investigation of the series of stabbings that took place on or about April 26th and 27th, April 29th, and May 1st of 2023?
Yes, I was.
So I want to focus your attention specifically to May 3rd of 2023 in the late afternoon hours around 4:15 p.m. Were you called out somewhere?
Yes, I was.
What was that?
I was called to Colby and Pine.
That's in the city of Davis, County of Guillory?
Yes, it is.
Why were you called there?
We had received a phone call from someone, I'm not sure who it was. The Davis Police Department received a phone call 2 officers responded, and then the 2 officers requested detectives come to the scene.
Did you and another detective respond?
Yes, we did.
Who's that other detective?
Detective Yu?
That's Michael Yu?
Yes.
Did you and Detective Yu, about to get confusing, both go and do that area and speak with other officers?
Yes, we did.
When you were there, did you bring your body-worn camera with you?
I did.
Did you see an individual that, at the time, matched the most up-to-date description that you had of the potential person involved in the stabbings?
Yes.
Was that Mr. Carlos Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
You seen in court today?
Yes.
You can point to him, describe what he's wearing, please.
He's seated to my right. He's wearing a suit with a bluish tie, black jacket.
And the record reflect that Sergeant Mascardini has identified Mr. Reales Dominguez?
It does.
So, when you arrived on scene, did you, Detective Yu, want to speak with Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
Is that captured on your body-worn camera?
Yes, it is.
So stipulation to play People's Exhibit 33B?
33B, okay. Parties have agreed this is Detective Mascardini's body cam for the date and time in question. Okay,
And permission to publish, Your Honor?
granted. Okay, I want to note the video is 34 minutes and 8 seconds approximately. Okay, and so do you plan it straight through?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll just note, if you could stop at about 5 minutes to noon, I'll prompt you as well.
Thank you.
But that's, I think, what we'll do. And then, did we get a court exhibit for the transcript? If not, we can do that later, but just put it on the list of things to do.
You can do that one.
Okay, great, let's get that to the clerk. And then, since we're gonna play it straight, let's dim the lights for this.
And Mr. Vanderhoogen's bringing up a copy for the...
Okay, great. So, to the jury, I think it's clear what I said, that for the rest of the session, we're gonna watch the video, okay? All right, go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything that's gonna like stick me or stab me or anything? I know it's an uncomfortable feeling to have handcuffs on, so. You have a key? Have a key? Thanks. I'm just gonna take, you're not gonna like be involved with it, right? Just get your hand, let go of your hands. Any idea on how you take it off, Mike? Oh, it's right there. Just put your hand on top of your head for me. Can I take off your cuff? Can you sit down? Sit back down. Huh? Yeah? Okay. Okay, so you're not actually, you'd rather stand? Okay. So you're not under arrest, okay? You understand? Okay. What's going on today? What's your name? John. John? Okay.
John, do you have any idea? I mean, we're not sure what's going on either, so we're just trying to figure out what's going on.
I don't know.
Okay, do you live in Davis? How long have you lived in Davis for?
I'll say two years.
How old are you now? 21 plus? Where are your parents at? Where do they live?
They're from the Bay Area.
The Bay Area? What city?
They're like separate.
Where were you born? Let's start there.
I was born in
Oakland? Okay. So what brings you to Davis? Okay. You go to school and so you go to UC Davis?
like,
Do you have your school ID number?
Is it in your bag? Do you mind if I check your bag, please? For your ID?
I don't have an ID with me. I just went to the store.
You just went to the store? How'd you pay for your stuff? How did you say you went to the store? How did you pay for your stuff? Where you live? What's your address?
782.
Do you have a key to the house or anything? How do you get in and out of your house?
How'd you cut your hands? What's that? Can you get a cut on your hand? What's that? You don't have the key to the house? Okay. What'd you say your first name is what? John, actually.
J-O-H.
How do you spell your last name?
J-O-A-S.
Do you have a California ID card or anything?
No.
You don't have any, you never had an ID?
I have an ID, but I don't have a key.
No, but I mean like a driver's license or you drive? Okay. You have a driver's license? So what's going on, Cal? Everything okay? You have a mental health problem? You seem really upset.
mainly I have class and I'm running a little late, but
Where's your school?
Davis,
UC Davis? So you cut yourself on something? It's best just to be honest with me. Yeah, but I got cut on.
that was something.
When did that happen? Yeah, let's go over here. I have some more privacy, okay? There's like all these people standing around watching it. Let's come over here. So there's not three people watching. That's good.
Kind of just like,
From like doing some work or something, or what? It's just best to be honest, John. Just trying to figure.
Are you able to look at your hair so I can see your eyes?
We're trying to identify you, bud. We don't believe that you're giving us the right name. That's all.
not the, I kind of just like, did.
What kind of knife did you cut yourself on? You said you cut yourself with a knife. What kind of knife was it? Like what? You okay? Can I see your hands? Put your hands out like this. Pull this back. Can you flip over your hand? Can I see your That's your right hand? Hold on one second. What's all the other stuff from?
That is just you.
Have you ever tried to hurt yourself before? How did you? Oh, no. What's up? Hey, John. Like I said, you're not under arrest. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on, okay?
You know, can I just get a clear? I need to get a clear photo of your face. Can you move your hair, please? Can you move your hair out of your face?
You can use your hands.
Go
It's
ahead,
okay.
use your hands.
You can use your hands.
You're good.
John, you don't have anything else in your pockets. You've been up to lately. What are you studying in school? Bioscience? How long have you been doing that? 2 years? All at UC Davis? Okay. What do you want to do?
I'm still thinking about it. Thinking about what I'm thinking about is the nursing.
What's like the nursing and bioscience?
Like what it has to do with medical services and stuff. Or,
I'm just curious what bioscience has to do with nursing.
I mean, as of right now, I'm just taking the courses. I'm going along with the degree. But I've been thinking stuff. Regular ones.
You ever been in trouble, John? been arrested? Are you sure? Wait, because you paused, so that's why I was curious. You live in Davis?
Yeah.
You sure you live in Davis?
Yep.
And what's your address again?
72 Abou.
Oh, and you lived there for 2 years? Who else lived there?
It's just me.
Just you? Do you rent, or do you buy a house? Or
Rent.
How much
I don't
you pay
really
for it?
talk to my roommates.
Oh, you have roommates?
Yeah, but I'm just like, I don't so I just like to stay.
Okay, so I'm going to give you one other option. One other chance to tell me who you actually are. You said you have a California ID or driver's license, but we can't find you anywhere. So are you giving us the wrong information for a reason? Why did it take you so long to answer that question? Did you have like a warrant or something? I don't care about your warrant. If that's why you're telling us a different name.
No, that's my
That's your name? Do you have a California driver's license? Do you have a California ID card? Do you have a school ID card? Are you a legal citizen? Are you worried about that? Do you have a social security number?
John, do you have any injuries to your legs?
no.
Can I see? You walk your pants so we can take a look.
Yeah.
Yeah. What happened?
Nothing.
You said yeah, but where?
No, about the. Was that reason?
What happened to your leg right there?
I think it was just into a
Hey, you won't put your legs up hard. So, hands. Your hands.
Do you have a bike with you? No? You normally ride a bike?
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Dumar. So I think that was about the 14-minute and
Right at 15 minutes.
15 minutes. Okay, right, 15 minutes. Okay, great. Let's see, Sergeant Muscardini, thank you for being here this morning, and we've got more questions for you. It sounds like we've got a little bit more of the video to play, and then there'll be questions that follow. So we'll see you. We're going to start back up at 1:30, and your excuse as a witness. Thank you.
Thank you.
To the jury, thank you for your service this morning, and we'll be in session for a half afternoon. And enjoy your lunch break. Do not discuss the substance of the case. Don't form any opinions. Don't research, and I'll see you in a little bit. Thanks, folks. Counsel, thank you. Off the record. Let's go on the record in the people of the state of California versus Carlos Reales Dominguez, case CR-2023-1391. All parties are present with counsel. 17 members of our jury are present for this Friday, May 16th. And again, the session today will be a regular court day, except we'll end at 3 p.m. So I just wanted to remind you of that. And it's great to have everyone here. Thank you for your hard work, your diligence. And let's get to it today, okay? So we're in the people's case in chief, and I think we are going to get back to Officer Gonzalez in the morning, but we have another witness we want to touch base with. And who is that?
Yes, Your Honor, that is John Blackmer, Sarah.
Okay, let's get the witness then.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is he in the attorney room?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, good morning, sir. Come on into the podium right here. Thank you for being here today. And my name's Sam McAdam. I'm presiding over this trial, and I appreciate your appearance. I'm going to have the clerk administer an oath to you. After you take that oath, then I want you to have a seat in the witness stand. We have 2 lawyers to ask questions.
Great. Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give, the cause not before the court, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you. First and last name for the record. I spell them both.
John Blackmer, John. Blackmer is Blackmer.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Vanderhook, direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good day.
Where do you work?
I work at Amazon.
And what do you do there?
I'm a program manager.
Okay, let's go back on the record. People of the state of California versus Carlos Reales Dominguez, case 23-1391. Our afternoon session on this Friday, and we have Sergeant Matthew Muscardini on the witness stand, and he is subject to direct examination. And Mr. DeMora, we were watching the video, and anyway, your witness, are we gonna?
We'll pick up where we left off.
Okay, so it's got 10 plus minutes, I think, and we'll dim the lights.
You know what I like? How do you get around? Where were you coming from? Where were you at before that?
I was just my place.
Did you know that that address doesn't exist? 782 Hawthorne? Did you know that lying to a police officer about your identity is a crime? What are you worried about, John? Something happened. Where do you work? Where do you work? Where do you work? You don't work? I thought you said you were worried about work, though.
Yeah. So my schoolwork.
Oh, about your schoolwork? Okay. Do you know what's been going on lately in the city of Davis?
Yeah.
What's been going on?
Well, with the crime.
Yeah. Do you know if crime's been happening? But you said you do know what's going on.
I just know that.
Do you watch the news? Hey, John, it's best to be honest with me, okay? Something bad happened? That you were involved in? You sure? Tell me what happened. No. Are you scared? Scared because of what happened?
I've been like more like sensitive.
You said intensive?
No, like I know like they just crime has been happening. So I've been like trying to like I don't know, being more safe.
What crime's been happening? Like you said, you're trying to be more attentive because of the crime that's happening. Hey, John, I'm not saying that you're a bad guy. Did something bad happen? Do you know what? Do you know DNA?
Yeah.
Like your body makeup?
Yeah.
So you know, like, DNA is spread, like, from your skin and from your blood. I know she got cuts on your hands. It's not supposed to be. Say at a crime scene. So I can't read your mind, okay? But I don't think you're being truthful about why I'm talking to you. I think you do know what's been going on in Davis. As you said, you do know that you're trying to make yourself a tenant for crime that's going on in Davis.
Well, I don't feel like I'm.
Which crime? So which crime are you talking about?
I just heard like there was like time, or like I heard like time alert, and I just been aware.
How do you get the alerts?
Email.
You get it on like your phone or something, or in your computer?
No, yeah, on my computer.
Where's your computer at?
It's like,
Do you have a phone?
no.
Do you got yourself anywhere else? Do you need any medical attention? Why are you so nervous now? Did you talk to me? Is there another reason?
No, I'm not nervous. I'm just,
Is this normally how you are? Or are you scared? So you know what's been going on in Davis, right? As you said, you've been getting, sorry to repeat, you said you've been getting the crime alerts.
yeah, I seen like the, it was like,
What were the crime alerts?
I just seen like the email, and
You didn't know what it was about them? So you saw the alerts, but you didn't read it? How come? I don't get it. You watch the news? Or you watch the news? You watch it on your phone? I think you know what crime's been going on.
I don't. I just seen the crime, or like the crime alert, and then like from there I just been worried about it, and then
You've been worried about it? So
No.
what are you worried about? If you didn't read what crime it was?
it's like crime.
Or you don't know what crime it was? So I've done this job for a pretty long time, like 17 years. And I think you're lying. I think you do know what crime it is. Are you just seeing the crime alert because it has something to do with the crimes?
I didn't like. Like the crime alert was just like it was just like I was like checking my email.
crime orders and you didn't know what it was for. But when I asked you if the crime order is for a part of what happened, you didn't say no. So were you the only one involved in this? In these crimes that are happening in Davis? You never talked about it? You never talked about it? Okay, so you've been getting this crime alert. What is the crime alert? I mean, we've gotten that far. You told me that you saw a crime alert.
Yeah,
What were they about? What was one of them about?
I just like seen the crime. I didn't like pay much attention to it.
Good job. Hey, John, do you want to go with us to the station, Tom?
It's a little noisy out here.
And we got everybody watching you. We got that helicopter above us. You know, the police helicopter.
Like to just come in the back of the car and just grab these cars.
Is it okay if you guys drive me
Your license?
Yeah.
How about to the police department, then we can talk about taking you to your place. I just want to get you, like, people are out.
See all the neighbors and everything?
You want to go with us?
No. I can talk. But where
I mean, I know it's got to be a little embarrassing. I know this helicopter can barely hear you. It feels like you really want to tell us something, so we can go somewhere more quiet. It's just a quick ride. Just would you okay?
You just think, we'll grab it. Yeah, we'll bring it with you. I just want to make sure you got nothing in your, nothing in your pants.
Just make sure. All right, I'll see. Can you do me a favor? And can you just buckle up for me? Thanks.
We'll get it. We'll bring it. What did you need?
just my belongings.
Oh, your belongings? Yeah, we'll make sure we get them, okay? Can you give me the seatbelt?
Yeah, I'll not wear them.
What's that?
I'll wear them.
No, we gotta put the seatbelt on their hearing.
Oh.
And get nothing in your shorts? All right, thanks, John. Okay. Yeah.
Good.
You got it back.
It's in the front seat.
Is the car?
Yes. Ready? You will take that?
It's fine.
Yep. Let's see that.
Hey, John? You got your seatbelt on?
Yep.
Okay. Enter 77 transport on. 19.8. What kind of music you like, John? Is there a channel you listen to? No? Okay. You want to listen to music or no? Is that a yes or a no? country. I used to like rap when I was younger.
Rap.
What's that?
Rap.
Is that like, what, 102.5 or? Yeah, sure. Okay. You don't listen to music much? I don't even know how to turn this on. Let's see. Well, I guess we're not going to have music. Well, came on now. When was the last night? Did you eat something today? No? How come? When was the last time you ate?
Yesterday, but I just want to go get some.
Okay. What, so you haven't ate since yesterday? Okay, maybe we can get you some food. What do you think?
I have some food in my grocery store.
Okay. How many roommates do you have? Five. Five? Okay.
Four, actually.
Four? Are you sure your address is 782 or is it somewhere else? I mean, you've lived there for, you said 2 years?
Yep.
You still going to UC Davis? Like, actually, do you go to actual classes?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. We're just gonna pull over here, okay, bud? Give me 1 second, okay?
That was your body camera that captured your interaction with Mr. Reales Dominguez.
Yes, it was.
Follow-up questions that I have. When you searched Mr. Dominguez, you were checking for weapons, correct?
Yes.
Did you find any ID on him?
No, I did not.
Did you find a wallet?
No.
Did he have a cell phone with him?
No.
Do you recall if he was wearing a watch?
I don't remember if he was wearing a watch.
When he showed you his hands, did you see a watch on his wrist?
Not that I remember, no.
Other than that bag and the clothes he was wearing, did it appear he had any other property with him?
No.
When he went to when you were getting ready to put him in the patrol car, at one point he looked like he was going to approach or grab his bag or said he was going to grab his bag. Why didn't you let him?
I was told earlier that there was a knife in it, so I wasn't going to let him take possession of it.
In that bag you ended up transporting in your car with Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
No further questions?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kumar. That was direct examination. Mr. Hutchinson, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
When you were advised that Mr. Reales Dominguez had been detained, were you at the Davis Police Department?
Yes, I was.
And the person who advised you he had been detained Was that Officer Story?
I don't remember which officer that was on scene advised over the radio.
You ultimately responded to the location?
Yes.
And you had, even though you were dressed in civilian clothes, you had a body camera on your person?
Yes.
After you responded, we've seen other body camera footage of you and Detective you meeting across the street, first with Officer Leo Gonzalez and then with Officer Joseph Story. Do you remember those conversations?
I remember part of them. I don't remember the entire conversation.
You did not activate your body camera during that conversation?
No, I did not.
You recall speaking with Officer Gonzalez first?
I don't remember who I spoke to first.
Do you recall at some point Officer Gonzalez walking away from where Mr. Reales Dominguez was detained in handcuffs and speaking with you and Detective you?
Yes.
Do you remember parts of the substance of that conversation?
Yes.
You and Detective you planned to question Mr. Reales Dominguez at the location?
Yes.
Did you discuss with Officer Gonzalez your plan or strategy on how you wanted to question him?
No.
What do you remember about this conversation?
I remember talking to Officer Gonzalez. He told us the person that they had detained provided the name John Joas, Joas, and that when they stopped him, they had seen a knife in the bag that he was carrying.
Did you, okay, so you recall Officer Gonzalez giving you the basic information that he observed?
Yes.
Okay. What else did you talk about?
I don't remember.
Did you tell him that you wanted all the other officers at the scene to leave before you questioned Mr. Reales Dominguez?
I don't remember if I told him that or not.
Was that your plan to have all the officers leave the scene before you questioned Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
And it was your plan to remove Mr. Reales Dominguez's handcuffs before you questioned him?
Correct, yes.
Do you recall explaining this plan to Officer Gonzalez?
I don't remember whether I told him that or not.
Because at the time you arrived there, Mr. Reales Dominguez was detained and handcuffed, completely encircled by multiple officers, correct?
Correct.
He was not free to leave.
No, he was not.
If he had tried to get up, the officers would have probably forcefully put him back down, correct?
Objection, speculation.
I don't know about forcefully, but they would have not let him leave.
And you wanted to question him at the scene?
Yes.
But you wanted to question him without first advising him of his Miranda rights?
Correct.
So, your decision to have everyone leave and then remove the handcuffs, that was motivated by a desire to question Mr. Reales Dominguez without first advising him of his Miranda rights?
Yes.
And what are the Miranda rights that you would advise to someone if you were required? What are they?
Verbatim, I normally read them off my card that I have, but it's you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say may be used against you in a court of law. You have a right to an attorney. If you don't have an attorney, one will be appointed for you free of charge before and during any questioning. Something like that.
So if a person, upon being advised of their Miranda rights, says, I would like to speak to an attorney, at that point you cannot question them, correct?
Correct.
After speaking to Officer Gonzalez, did you tell him to have Officer Story come over?
I don't remember. I thought they were together, actually, so I don't remember that.
Did you advise Officer Gonzalez tell Officer Story to take off his body camera before he spoke to you?
No.
You recall what you spoke with Officer Story about?
I don't. I believe that they were both together when I spoke to Officer Gonzalez.
Did you advise Officer Story and Officer Gonzalez that you wanted all the officers to leave except for them?
I don't remember whether I told them that or not.
Do you remember why every officer left within a span of about 30 seconds, but Officer Gonzalez and Officer Story remained?
Yes.
Okay. Why was that?
Because I told all the officers that were there, most from outside agencies, that they did not need to be there.
And we saw you removed Mr. Reales Dominguez's handcuffs.
Yes.
At that point, you were aware of the description that the person from the third stabbing, the description that had been gained from the surveillance?
Yes.
You'd seen some of that surveillance?
I probably did. I don't remember.
But you recall it being someone with dark curly hair, a black hoodie, Adidas striped athletic pants, black?
Yes.
And you saw when you arrived that Mr. Reales Dominguez matched that description to a T.
Correct.
You also knew that you were looking for someone who used a knife in stabbings.
Yes.
And you were advised that Mr. Reales Dominguez had a knife in his grocery bag.
Yes.
You, at least at some point later, you were able to see that there appeared to be some blood on the drawstring of his hoodie. You recall seeing that at a later time?
At a later time, yes.
Did you see it at the scene, if you recall?
I don't believe so, no.
But you did see cuts on his right hand and one cut on his left hand.
Yes.
And you were advised that he had given the name of John Joas?
Yes.
And you were advised that they couldn't find a record of that name?
Correct.
You were also advised that he'd given an address of 782 Hawthorne?
Yes.
And you were advised that they could not find an address for 782 Hawthorne?
Correct.
You would later learn that Mr. Reales Dominguez actually lived at 762 Hawthorne?
Yes.
So in that recording, when you told Mr. Reales Dominguez he was, quote, not under arrest, technically you hadn't arrested him at that point, correct?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
You call advising him that you're not under arrest?
Correct.
You told him that twice?
Yes.
Okay. And technically, you had not said you're under arrest and placed him back in handcuffs, correct?
Correct.
But at that moment, you knew you had probable cause to arrest him.
Objection to relevance.
Overruled.
No.
So if Mr. Reales Dominguez said, you know what, thanks for taking the handcuffs off, I don't want to talk to you, I'm going home, and just started walking, you would have let him go?
No.
What would you have done?
Would have kept him at the scene until we determine what we would do.
So you wouldn't have placed him under arrest?
I don't know.
The reason you told him he was not under arrest, once again, that was part of your strategy without first advising him of his Miranda rights. Correct?
No, not correct. He wasn't under arrest.
So you didn't believe you had probable cause to arrest him at that time?
I mean, at the time, no. As I look back on it, maybe, yes.
Well, he had a knife in a bag. Didn't you guys determine, well, we can arrest him for carrying a concealed dirk or dagger?
Yes.
Okay, so you admit at least you had probable cause to arrest him for that.
After the fact, yes. I didn't make that determination that we were arresting him for a dirk or dagger.
And sir, here's my question. Was the reason you advised Mr. Reales Dominguez twice that he was not under arrest motivated by your plan to question him without first advising him of his constitutional rights in the Miranda?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
You know, whether a person's under arrest or not, you know from the training goes into whether you have to advise them of their Miranda rights, correct?
Yes.
If they are in custody under arrest, you absolutely have to advise them of that, correct?
Correct.
You also know that there are circumstances in which, even if a person is not technically under arrest, you still have to advise them of their Miranda rights. You're aware of that?
Correct.
And you know one of the factors that goes into that is whether someone is told if they're under arrest or not.
Yes.
Okay. So my question is, your decision to tell him he was not under arrest, was that motivated, at least in part, by your desire to question him without first advising him of his constitutional rights in the Miranda?
No.
Never crossed your mind?
No, he wasn't under arrest. So I didn't believe that I needed to read him his Miranda rights.
Then why'd you have everybody leave?
Because that's also something to take into consideration before you question someone that's detained, is the amount of officers that are around someone.
That's something that's taken into consideration in the Miranda?
Correct.
Okay. So you felt if you went up and questioned him while in handcuffs with 12, 13 officers surrounding him, you felt in that situation you would probably have to advise him of his Miranda rights?
100% yes.
So you spoke about the fact that he did, on direct examination, that he did not have a California ID?
Correct.
Okay. You have subsequently determined through investigation that his legal name is Carlos Reales Dominguez with a date of birth of October 5th, 2002. You've seen the UC Davis records. You've seen the passport with that name and date of birth?
Yes.
Okay. Does Carlos Reales Dominguez, with the date of birth of 10/5/02, has he ever had a California driver's license?
I don't remember.
Have you checked? There's been a lot of questions about whether he had an ID. Has the state of California ever issued Carlos Reales Dominguez a California driver's license?
I don't know.
Has the state of California ever issued Carlos Reales Dominguez a California ID?
I don't know.
But you would agree that a person needs to be issued a driver's license or an ID before they can carry one with them. You would agree with that?
Yes.
Did Carlos Reales Dominguez have a valid passport from the country of El Salvador?
I don't remember.
You don't recall if a passport was found in his bedroom?
It sounds familiar, but I'm not 100% sure. So.
Did he have a UC Davis ID? Was that ultimately discovered?
I don't know.
But he didn't have any identifications on him?
Correct.
He did not have a cell phone on him?
He did not.
He had only items he had on him other than his clothing was what was in the bag?
Yes.
Do you recall at that end of the conversation where, before he was placed in the back of the patrol car, Detective, you asked him if you'd come to the police station?
Yes.
And Mr. Reales Dominguez asked you if you would take him to his place. You recall that?
Yes.
And Detective, you said, if you come to the police department, then we can discuss potentially taking you to your place.
Yes.
So that was your plan? Once he came down and spoke to you, you would then take him home?
I wasn't the one that was having that conversation with him. So I don't know what the ultimate plan was.
Okay. When you heard Detective Yu say, come to the station, then we'll talk about taking you home, did you believe Detective Yu was telling the truth, or do you think that was a lie to try to get him to agree to come to the police department with you?
I don't know.
Do you have any thoughts when you heard that? You thought to yourself, I guess we will take him home after he comes down and talk. That was a ruse by Detective Yu to get him to agree to come in a patrol car with you, wasn't it?
I don't know.
What did you interpret it as?
I mean, I didn't interpret it at the time because he agreed to go with us, so then we went.
Well, he first asked you if you could take him to his place, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you interpreted that as he doesn't want to go to the police station. He wants us to take him to his place.
Yes.
Okay. And you interpreted his place to mean his house.
Yes.
And at that point, you said he had given you a false address.
Yes.
Did it occur to you to say, okay, let's go to your place, show us where it is? Did that occur to you?
No, it did not.
And when Detective Yu told him, after we come to the police department, we can talk about taking you to your place, did you really think that was going to happen at that time?
No.
And then Mr. Reales Dominguez said he can just talk to you right there. Do you recall hearing that?
Yes.
And Detective Yu expressed how he was concerned about privacy and the noise.
Yes.
So why didn't you want to keep talking to Mr. Reales Dominguez right there, given that you didn't want to take him home and he didn't want to go to the police department? Why not just keep talking to him there if he's not under arrest?
Because it was really hard to hear with a helicopter above us. And there were a lot of neighbors that were sitting there watching. And so that was what Detective Yu and decided.
And ultimately, after you asked him, I guess it was probably about the third or fourth time, if he would come to the station, he said, yeah, or something to that effect.
Yes.
And that's when he got in the patrol car.
Yes.
But you saw him turn to go back and get his things.
Yes.
You already knew there was a knife in the bag.
Yes.
Did it appear strange to you that he would turn and try to go and get his belongings that included a knife?
Yes.
And you told him you would bring the bag with you to the
Yes.
station. And on the way to the station, you asked him when he last eaten.
Yes.
And so approximately, now we're after 4 o'clock at this point.
Yes.
We're getting into the late afternoon evening.
Yes.
And he told you hadn't eaten since the prior day.
Correct.
And on the way to the police department, you got a phone call?
I did.
That was from Sergeant Ramos?
No.
Who was it from?
It was from Detective Yu.
Detective Yu? And did he tell you that you guys may need to terminate the transport?
No.
Was there concern expressed by someone that Mr. Reales Dominguez had not voluntarily agreed to go with you?
I don't know.
Okay, what was the substance of that conversation with Detective Yu that caused you to stop the car, get out, walk a ways down the street, and turn off your body camera? What was the substance of that conversation?
So he called me, he told me to pull over. I pulled over, I got out. I didn't know what we were even going to be talking about, so I turned off my body-worn camera. And then as soon as I walked up to his passenger door window, he told me never mind and to just go back to the police department.
So he never told you at that point what was the reason?
No.
And then you drove to the police department?
Yes.
You pulled up, I guess, by an entrance?
Yes.
And that's where Sergeant Ramos met Mr. Reales Dominguez in the back seat of the car.
Yes.
And then from there, he was escorted into an interview room?
Yes.
And he would remain in that interview room for approximately the next 7 hours?
Yes, at least, yes.
And approximately 5.5 hours of that 7 involved you and or Sergeant Ramos in there asking him questions.
Yes.
And this was video and audio recorded on the interview surveillance.
Yes, it was.
You ran your body camera as well.
Yes.
So it provided a different angle.
Correct.
All those recordings were preserved.
I believe all of them were. Yes.
All of them were given to the Guillory County District Attorney's Office.
Yes.
And during the entire time Mr. Reales Dominguez was in the interview room, you repeatedly offered him water or food, at least on multiple occasions.
I did.
He never put a water bottle in front of him.
I did.
He never took a sip of water.
I don't believe so.
He never took a bite of food.
I don't think he did, not when I was there.
And basically for 7 hours, unless you directed him to move, he sat motionless like a statue.
I mean, he did move around somewhat, so it wasn't a statue the entire time, but
Sir, for the most part, during that 7 hours, did Carlos Reales Dominguez sit there motionless like a statue?
yes.
And except for the approximately 20 times you or Sergeant Ramos ordered him to look at you, he basically just stared down, not making eye contact during that 7 hours.
I don't remember ever ordering him to look at me.
Were you present when Sergeant Ramos told him, look at me, look at me, look at me?
Yes.
Sir, prior to meeting with Mr. Reales Dominguez, you had heard of schizophrenia?
Yes.
You never received any training in recognizing the symptoms of schizophrenia?
I've received training in mental health, but I don't remember if I have specifically for schizophrenia.
Do you recall testifying in a preliminary hearing, in this case back in February of 24?
Yes.
You recall me asking you at that time whether you knew what are the negative symptoms of schizophrenia?
I do remember that, yes.
In February of 2024, did you know what the negative symptoms of schizophrenia were?
I don't think so, no.
In February 24, did you know what the positive symptoms of schizophrenia were?
No.
Since that time, have you received any training or any information about recognizing the symptoms of schizophrenia in a person?
No, I have not.
I have nothing further at this time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. So that was cross-examination. Mr. Demora, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Sergeant Muscardini, thank you for your testimony. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Your Honor, he's under defense subpoena for Tuesday. The court could order him Wednesday at 9:30, and he will disregard the Tuesday subpoena.
Okay, Sergeant Muscardini, do you understand?
Wednesday at 9:30?
Wednesday, 9:30,
Yep.
order to be here.
No problem.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
so much. Yeah. Okay, Mr. DeMar, you have a witness.
Granted, Mike, you.
Okay.
Your Honor, we have a brief sidebar before taking you this morning.
Okay. Great. Feel free to stand up and stretch, folks, just for a minute. Off record. Detective, you can come on in. We're just stretching for a second. And Detective, thank you for being here. Good afternoon. Listen, I'm going to ask the clerk to administer an oath and then have you take it. Yeah.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that the about to give the cause not before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dick. State your first and last name for the record, and spell them both.
Michael Yu, Michaelyu.
Okay, thank you. And Attorney Demora, direct exam then.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective Yu.
Good afternoon.
Where do you work?
The City of Davis Police Department.
What do you do there?
I am currently assigned to investigations.
You're a detective there?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been a peace officer?
18 years.
And were you a detective during the investigations into the series of stabbings that took place in Davis between April 27, 2023 and May 1st of 2023?
Yes, I was.
Now, on May 3rd of 2023, you were involved in contacting Carlos Reales Dominguez with now Sergeant, then Detective Muscardini.
Yes,
You see Mr. Reales Dominguez in court today.
I do.
Can you point to him and describe what he's wearing?
He's right there to my right. He's wearing a blue tie and a dark gray jacket.
So I want to ask you a couple of questions about your interactions with Mr. Reales Dominguez that you had alongside Sergeant Muscardini. At some point, when Sergeant Muscardini was talking to Mr. Reales Dominguez, you asked to, you looked at his hands at one point, correct?
Correct.
And so I'm going to show you a series of photographs from People's Exhibit 49. If I may approach your Honor.
Okay.
Right, and showing you from People's 49, a series of photographs ending in 373, 374, 375, 376, and 377. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
What are they?
They're pictures of Mr. Dominguez's hands.
And those are pictures of his hands as you recognize them from your contact with him on May 3rd?
Yes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Okay.
Publishing photograph ending in 373. Is this Mr. Dominguez's left hand?
Yes, it is.
Up near the thumb and the web of his thumb and index finger, was that an injury or appeared to be an injury that you observed?
Yes.
During the course of your experience as a law enforcement officer, as a peace officer, have you had the opportunity to observe cuts that or injuries that are fresh, meaning they're newer, versus ones that have started to heal that may be a little bit older in duration?
Yes.
And looking at this one, which of the two does this appear to be?
It appeared to be fresher.
I'm going to sit down for the series of photographs. Moving to 374. Is this the palm area of Mr. Dominguez's left hand?
Yes.
Right. What did you observe here?
I just observed that I didn't see any type of injuries that were noticeable to me at the time.
All right, showing you a photograph that ends in 375. Is this Mr. Dominguez's right hand?
Yes.
Any observable injuries on this one?
No.
Showing you a photograph ending in 376. Is this the other side of Mr. Dominguez's right hand?
Yes.
You can explain the injuries that you see here?
I saw several cuts in various stages of healing. They were crustier, like scabbing over, leading me to believe they were older than the one on his left hand.
Can you tell, based on your training experience, or cuts that you have received yourself at times, when one starts to scab over?
A few days.
And showing the last in the sequence, 377, is this another picture of that same hand?
Yes.
In this photograph, are there any injuries that you did not observe in 376?
The ones on the top of his hand seem to be a little more visible.
Great, thank you. Now, Detective Yu, do you recall at one point asking to look at Mr. Reales Dominguez's legs?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
There was surveillance video that was obtained on the night of the Kimberlee Guillory stabbing, where officers observed on security camera that there was a subject biking away from the scene around the time of the attack. It was observed that the person was not riding the bike, and it was possible that the person was injured.
And were you looking to see if Mr. Reales Dominguez had any injuries to his legs that would be consistent with what officers may have suspected in reviewing the videos?
Correct, yes.
Did you see anything observable at that point?
I did not.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moore. Cross-examination.
Sir, when you've seen Detective Muscardini's body camera?
Yes.
You were not equipped with a body camera recording at the time you contacted Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Correct.
We saw a point where you asked Mr. Reales Dominguez if he would go to the police department with you. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And he asked if you would take him to his place?
Yes.
And you told him something to the effect, if you come to the police department with us, then we can talk about taking you to your place, or something to that effect?
Correct.
Okay. Why did you tell him that?
Because I wanted to speak with him further at a quieter location.
Did you have any intention of taking him back to his place if he came to the police department with you?
Objection, relevance. Overruled.
I believe I specifically said we would talk about it. I don't know about my intention at the time.
When you told him we would talk about it, you would agree means talk about something that usually means it's an option or it's a possibility. Did you have any intention of taking Mr. Reales Dominguez back to his place if he agreed to come to the police department with you?
It was a further discussion to be had after we spoke to him.
My question is, at the moment you said that, was there any thought in your mind that, yeah, maybe we'll take this kid back to his place after he comes back down and talks to us?
Yeah, maybe. Correct.
That's your testimony today, under oath?
Correct.
At this point, you knew what the description was, correct?
Correct.
And you knew Mr. Reales Dominguez matched that description to a T.
In regards to the clothing, yes.
And the hair?
The hair, correct.
And the build?
Yes.
And the skin color?
I can't say for certain about skin color.
Other than the fact that he was wearing slides instead of Crocs, he completely matched the description seen on surveillance video from the third stabbing, correct?
Correct.
And you knew at that point he had a knife in his bag.
Correct.
And you knew he was walking near Sycamore Park, where the second stabbing occurred.
It was told to us, yes.
When you contacted him, you knew you were near Sycamore Park, did you not?
Yeah, Pine and Colby is nearby Sycamore.
So, sir, isn't it true you had absolutely no intention of taking him back to his home or talking about taking him back to his place. That was a lie you told to Mr. Reales Dominguez to try to get him to come to the police department with you. Isn't that correct?
No, that's not correct.
So what was it then? If it wasn't a lie?
It was a discussion we could have after we spoke with him in regards to what was going on.
Your Honor, I have some questions for Detective Yu, but it's outside scope. Do you want me to have them ordered back, or should I do that now?
That's, Mr. DeMora, what's your preference? I mean, outside the scope, you can allow it now, or how do you want to handle that?
You can be allowed now.
Okay.
I will direct. I will do.
What's that?
I'll do direct examination then.
Well, I mean, it's under adverse evidence code.
I won't leave, that's what I meant.
Okay, all right,
So,
all right. Go
sir,
ahead.
so you don't have to come back next week. I'm going to ask you some additional questions.
Yes, sir.
Unless you want to come back.
No, thank you, sir.
So are you familiar with the Davis Police body camera systems?
Yes.
When a person activates their body camera and records events, how do they load that into the system at the end of their shift?
They dock it into a docking system.
Physically, how do they do that?
It's literally a docking system. You take your camera and you just place it into the slot.
And is it the policy to do that every day when you have something recorded on your body camera?
Yes.
Is there a difference in how you enter it if it's footage of an arrest versus footage of just a detention or a citation?
Yes, you categorize it on the actual camera as soon as you're finished recording your interaction.
How many categories are there?
3 or 4?
And how long does the period that the footage is retained for depend on what it's categorized as?
Correct.
So you recall doing a trial with me probably about 7-8 months ago where body cameras were a big issue?
Very distinctively, yes.
If a officer makes an arrest and categorizes it as an arrest, how long is the body camera footage retained for?
I can't give you a right answer. It's usually before it's adjudicated, I'm sure, but
Right, but
I don't know time frames.
isn't it that if it's an arrest, it's retained for 2 years? Do you recall that?
I don't know the timing.
If it's a detention or just a citation, how long is it retained for?
Again, I don't know.
Sir, do you recall investigating a case where, a rape case where Officer Adams recorded multiple witness statements on the night of the alleged incident on his body camera?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall what did Officer Adams inadvertently classify that body camera footage as a detention because no one had been arrested?
I can't remember what he particularly categorized it as, but I remember they weren't retained.
After a little more than a year, did you try to locate all the witness statements from Officer Adams' body cameras?
Yes.
And what happened to them?
They were not on the system.
So they were all gone?
Yes.
And that was the distinct trial you remember doing with me?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. So we have a little bit there, Mr. DeMora. Any further question?
A couple of questions to follow up with. Detective Yu, You were involved in the investigation from when Mr. David Breaux was found stabbed to death in Central Park, correct?
Correct.
From April 27th of 2023 to May 3rd of 2023, did you and other members of the Davis Police Department make a series of detentions and arrests of various individuals?
Yes.
Were a lot of those individuals taken to the police department?
Yes.
Were they interviewed, questioned, and some were cleared and let go free?
Yeah.
It is. I mean, we're in a whole new area with I guess I'll allow it and give everyone a chance, but I mean, I'm a little confused, honestly.
And I can give a court an offer of proof as to...
Well, how long is this going to take?
A couple minutes.
Okay. All right. Well, Mr. Hudson, you'll get a chance to put a question. Okay, go ahead.
And so when you were asked on cross-examination about your intentions of not letting Mr. Dominguez go home, or whether you had intentions of letting Mr. Dominguez go home, based on what you knew at the time, was there still a possibility he would have been treated like anyone else during the previous week or so?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. All right. Any cross on that?
Yes, Judge. Who is the person at Davis Police Department who knows exactly how long arrests are retained for versus citations and detentions are retained for?
Who is putting outside the scope?
Let him get the answer.
Go ahead.
If you know, please.
Yeah. It's probably our evidence technician,
Who is that?
Joel Troche.
Troche?
Yes.
Mr. Moore asked you about other people who were contacted in this investigation.
Yes.
And there were additional people who were contacted as potential suspects.
Yes.
Dr. Matt Massey actually pointed to a person in a show-up and told you, I'm 75% sure that is the stabber of the second incident that resulted in the death of Mr. Abou, correct?
Yes.
So there were other potential suspects who you contacted and ultimately cleared.
Correct.
Any of those other subjects, was there ever a situation where there were, where they were handcuffed on a curb with, encircled by probably more than 10 officers, with multiple police cars and a helicopter hovering overhead? Did that happen in any of those other situations?
No helicopter in those ones.
I have nothing further.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Detective, I appreciate your testimony.
Thanks, Your Honor.
Sir. Thank you. Mr. DeMora, if I'm correct, based on conversations we've had, the people have one additional witness, and of course there's dozens of exhibits the court will review to determine final admissibility, and then that would be the people's case in chief, correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right, so you're reserving on closing your case with those two matters?
Correct.
Evidence and that one last witness. That's a short and brief witness.
Yes.
And I understand that'd be Tuesday.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and then, so I think we have talked about this, and I expect that we'll start the defense case Monday at 9:30 with witnesses.
Yes, Your Honor.
Right, okay, and then I'll have a conversation further with the attorneys after we excuse the lawyers, the jurors here. So, to the jury, I had conversations with the lawyers about pacing, about whether we're on schedule and things like that. I'm hesitant to say anything because I don't know what's going to happen in a trial. And there's a portion of the trial, of course, where you will have control over the schedule when you're in deliberations. So I used my experience in working with the attorneys, and I estimated a 10-week trial. I do believe there's a fair possibility that it will be shorter than that. I don't believe that anything that has happened would take it beyond that. And so I just wanted to give you that update, that we're moving right along, and we haven't had any delays whatsoever. And if anything, we're probably ahead of the schedule that the lawyers have given. I say that with caution because, again, you're going to have the time you need when you get to that point when you're deliberating. Today we're just about done. I also wanted to say something else to you. Over the course of a long trial, you may reflect and say, I don't even remember who the first witness was. What happened on day 2 of this trial, I couldn't even tell you. Don't worry about that. You have so many tools to recall what happened in this case. When the 12 of you go in to deliberate, you have your notes. You have the ability to ask for a court reporter readback. You will have closing arguments by the lawyers before you deliberate, and they will present their case again and line it up with what they think the law is as I've given it to you. You will have 11 other jurors to refocus you and to help you remember what's going on. And if I didn't mention it, you'll have your own notes to jog your memory as well. So there's a lot, and I'm fully confident that you'll remember everything that happened in this trial when it's necessary to deliberate. I just wanted to give you some reflections on that. That don't worry if your mind goes blank for 2 full days and you don't give anything a thought to this at all. That's completely fine. You will have everything you need when you go in to deliberate. So with that, the 3-part admonition is important. We're going to return at 9:30 on Monday for a full day of trial, and I expect next week to be in session all week. And I think there's a holiday coming up sometime later, Memorial Day, but not next week. And the 3-part admonition is do not discuss the substance of this case with anyone. Don't form any opinions until you're deliberating, and don't do any research. So have a great weekend, folks, and congratulations to a graduate. Thank you. Off the record.